Told them pipe down, I don't care what's next, I need it right now. And I got it numbers going stupid like they dropped out. What they think they doing, I don't know, but we can find out. Feel like Lewis Hamilton said go and shut the lights out. Look, if I said it, you already know. They ain't never touching what I'm doing, told them let it go. I ain't with it ticky-tacks like I ain't playing X and O's. Go compare the numbers, said I think they missing decimals. Look, told them that I'm about to run it now. Too much money out of music, dog. Now the bank account is never running out. Educated on the business, said when I'm talking to him, I can dumb it down. At the summit of this mountain, dog, and I'm camping out. I'm never coming down. Look, pipe down. I don't care what's next. I need it right now. And I got it numbers going stupid like they dropped out. What they think they doing, I don't know, but we can find out. Feel like Lewis Hamilton said go and shut the lights out. Lights out. Floors in the sauna, but I'm iced out. Back up on my balls, so I said I feel like might now. Said I never do this, but they push me, so I might now. And I check your month, these daughters' pockets getting tight now. Look, told them all I'm about to make it out. Reinvested every dollar, dog, and I told them all never take it out. When they talking about my name now, told them don't be scared, gotta say it loud. Lot of trash in these stories lately, like it's on the curb, I'm about to take it out. Look, pipe down, I don't care what's next, I need it right now. And I got it numbers going stupid like they dropped out. What they think they doing, I don't know, but we can find out. Feel like Lewis Hamilton said go and shut the lights out. Pipe down, I don't care what's next, I need it right now. And I got it numbers going stupid like they dropped out. What they think they doing, I don't know, but we can find out. Feel like Lewis Hamilton said go and shut the lights out.
bringing it back, back, back. Said I'm bringing it back, yeah, I'm bringing it back. Let your hands fall like swinging it back. Back, back, yeah, I'm bringing it back. Like swinging the back, believe that I'm bringing it.
Yeah, ain't no problems, ain't no problems. That won't problem with me, no. Yeah.
Took control, run the game. Best believe I'm shining, dog. Counting in my wins, yeah, I love it when they count me out. Off the leash, of the chain, where I've been a dog. Best believe I run the game, you know I'm in control of y'all. Okay, let me talk to the chat. They know I was gone for a minute, had to BRB. Had to grab a couple wins, what I DID. They sleeping on the kid, I had to do it BIG. I can never be average, and they want a problem with the boy, they don't want no static. I don't need your cosign, running with God. Wanna test that, tell them what's happening. Still giving them dope, I'm trapping. They don't know about me, they capping. And they know that I'm running the game, can't stop me, tell them they lacking. Bring it up, I got it in the bag, let's zip it up. I don't need Mount Rushmore, but they talk greatness. Anytime that they gon' bring me up, let's get it now. Took control, run the game. Best believe I'm shining, dog. Counting in my wins, yeah, I love it when they count me out. Off the leash, of the chain, where I've been a dog. Best believe I run the game, you know I'm in control of y'all. It's like magic, believe I want that static. Yeah, it's like magic, believe I want that static. Yeah, it's like magic, believe I want that static. Beat them up, knock them out. They really don't want no static. They don't want no static. Try to step to the team, now they count like magic. Can't settle for average. Got my eye on the throne, so you know I had to grab it. Fake friends say they proud of the boy. When they look deep inside, know they doubted the boy. Now I'm giving them the work and I'm doing them the worst. It's a job, I'm the boss and I had to employ. Yeah, they never thought I would be on great. I'm just a peon, but realize they be on fake. They bet against me, but I know I'm taking me all day. They waiting on the boy to fail, that's a real long wait. Need more faith than hold it till it relocate. And you ain't messing with the boy, you about to see your fate. I'm about to get another chip, call it Frito-Lay. They send the beat, I send it back, it's DOA. Took control, run the game. Best believe I'm shining, dog. Counting in my wins, yeah, I love it when they count me out. Off the leash, of the chain, where I've been a dog. Best believe I run the game, you know I'm in control of y'all. It's like magic, believe I want that static. wrist to the wrist shot. She pull out with a friend and I'm on it like a red dot. I got my sights on a headshot. Yeah, shit, she got a man, let it live drip. Both sides, switched up out of blue, yeah, she played both sides. From two to two, tryna change her life. Nah, you stupid. I can tell just by the way you talk, yeah, you do this often. But it's you know what to do, just by the way you walk. Tell me any problem, no, I can solve it. Fuck the post, cut to the max, she like Michael Jordan. Both sides, yeah, switch your bottom bar, Said I'm taking big shots, just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a six spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a six spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. They been trying to get me cheap like a thrift shop, but I told them it's my time, check the wristwatch. They been talking way before they even doing something. If they wanna play, let's get a tip off. Ain't no silver lining, dawg, this some rose gold. Getting new money, I'm a old soul. Yeah, I get it bouncing like a pogo. And I'm too cold like Frozone. And my chick elastic girl. Told them we ain't in the faking, this ain't plastic girl. Bought a new whip and cash, now my tax is thorough. Way I'm shooting like step, but my pass is bro. The way I'm playing the field, I'm in a league of my own. And now they all in their fields, I got them all on my phone. But dog, I'm hitting the climb, I got no time on the low. Way I'm shooting is messy, the way I'm hitting the goals. I'm taking big shots, just stop. Way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a six spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a six spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. I just left, but you know I'm coming back though. And you know I don't play by my rags though. Now go and turn it up to the max, whoa. Send a paper to me now like a fax, whoa. Got two phones ringing off the hook now. When I'm in the city, I get looks now. I was going bad, but I'm good now. Said I had to go and put my foot down. Told them I'ma get it and go. Even in the summer, man, they knowing I'm cold. I got a couple checks coming that I made off the flows. Might get a couple more popping if I do it some more. I gotta do it for real. Said I'm back in my bag. All my digits are climbing just like they all on a dash. And they tell me slow down, cause dog, I'm moving too fast. Might go and call me a Tesla, cause dog, I still got a gas. Said I'm taking big shots, just stop. Where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a six spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a six spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a six spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a six spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Said I'm taking big shots, just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. They been trying to get me cheap like a thrift shop, but I told them it's my time, check the wristwatch. They been talking way before they even doing something. If they wanna play, let's get the tip off. Ain't no silver lining, dawg, this some rose gold. Getting new money, I'm a old soul. Yeah, I get it bouncing like a pogo. And I'm too cold like Frozone. And my chick elastic, girl. Told them we ain't in the faking, this ain't plastic, girl. Bought a new whip and cash, now my tax is thorough. Way I'm shooting like step, but my pass is bro. The way I'm playing the field, I'm in a league of my own. And now they all in they fields, I got them all on my phone. But dog, I'm hitting the climb, I got no time on the low. Way I'm shooting is messy, the way I'm hitting the goals. I'm taking big shots, just stop. Way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. I just left, but you know I'm coming back though. And you know I don't play by my rags though. Now go and turn it up to the max, whoa. Send a paper to me now like a fax, whoa. Got 2 phones ringing off the hook now. When I'm in the city, I get looks now. I was going bad, but I'm good now. Said I had to go and put my foot down. Told him I'ma get it and go. Even in the summer, man, they knowing I'm cold. I got a couple checks coming that I made out the flows. Might get a couple more popping if I do it some more. I gotta do it for real. Said I'm back in my bag. All my digits are climbing just like they all on a dash. And he told me slow down, cause dog, I'm moving too fast. My girl caught me a Tesla, cause dog, I still got a gas. Said I'm taking big shots, just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots.
Après, faut changer.
Ouais, tu es content de changer. Oui, tu es content aussi d'avoir.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to sunny Bornos in southern Spain here for the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships on the Lake of Bornos in Andalusia in Spain. I say sunny, we're looking at the drone shots, which are over the fog. Yep, that's right, we've been sitting around here since 8:30 this morning local time. It's now 11 o'clock, waiting for this low cloud to clear. I'm very pleased to say that it looks as though it's clearing. Fantastic shots there from the drone. And you can see the first pilots are now finally getting ready for 2.5 hours of sitting at So welcome, we're live this morning. Like I say, we're going to look at Spain, second World Cup, for the FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships 2023. The 7th time these championships have taken place. So it's the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Take a look at our official website, 7wpsc.com, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships.com. And there you'll see a list of competitors and a whole bunch of other information as to who we are and what we're doing. This is day 3 of official competition. We've been here now since Saturday last week, and we've had training days, practice days, and then day 1 of competition was Tuesday, day 2 yesterday, and day 3 today. 2 classes here. The PL class, the Paramotor Land Plane, or Trikes, and Paramotor Foot Launched. We managed to get through 5 tasks for PL, the Paramotor Land Plane, yesterday and the day before, and 4 tasks for Foot Launched until we had to stop for weather yesterday. So we're playing catch-up this morning. There's current world champion Bartosz from Poland. We're having to play catch-up this morning with the PF class, running task number 5, so that both classes will have now run 5 classes each. So welcome, drink in the beautiful images of this low-lying fog that's stopping us all from having fun. But no doubt you could see in the background things are clearing up quickly now. We can feel the sun on our backs, and it's going to disperse the fog pretty quickly. You can see just through the clouds there's some white pylons on the lake. That's our stadium. It's 5 inflatable pylons, like the face of a dice, the number 5 on a dice. So we call it dice flights. And we can see them through that cloud. Great shots from the drone. And we'll be off fairly shortly. The first PF pilots are getting ready and we'll be off in just a few moments' time. There's the team tent with competitors pulling their machines out. They'll then line their wing up on the takeoff deck before getting airborne. So it's not all bad. It's been a lovely morning, catching up with people, having a chat, nice cup of coffee. Atmosphere is absolutely wonderful this morning. People are obviously a bit disappointed with the weather, but means that we can have a relaxing time, swap some stories, get up to date. And in fact, I've been talking to members of the US team who are here this year, a very strong team, 8 competitors, about their plans for next year to hold an event in the US with the intention of holding a championship into the future, maybe 2027, and it will be in Texas, probably Crystal Beach in near Houston in Texas. But that's all to be decided. But what is for certain is they're going to be running an event in most likely June next year. Details I'm sure to follow, but very exciting for the future of this event, Paramotor Slalom, to have another new organizer looking seriously at running a world championship in the future. Last minute preparations as pilots go through the routine, making sure that they go in the right direction. And the rest of the infrastructure being put in place. There you can see one of the 2 safety boats that are out on the lake this morning, circling around the stadium at all times just in case somebody decides they want to go for a swim. So despite the fog, it's a beautiful day here in Bornos in the region of Andalusia in Spain. We're in the south of Spain, if you know where Malaga is, and Sevilla. We're sort of in a line between those two. About 2 hours drive northwest of Malaga. Simply beautiful spot next to the town of Bornos is this man-made lake. So it's a reservoir officially, but it's known as Lake Bornos. A centre in the world for paramotor slalom. And I would say, because of its stable climate, well, we've had a bit of fog this morning, but it is late October. But ordinarily you can look forward to calm mornings where we fly from sunrise until maybe 1 or 2 o'clock as the sun takes over and creates the atmospheric conditions that brings a bit of wind to the lake. But this is very, very unusual, this area. It seems that the lake has had an influence on the climate, and it's known for its microclimate and its paramotor-friendly atmosphere. Normally, when it's not foggy. So over on my left shoulder, only just a few meters away, we're a very small site here. I can hear paramotors warming up. And we can see images of competitors getting into their kit. There's Morgane Planton from the French team with her buoyancy aid on, carrying her wing over her shoulder. I saw Morgane earlier on doing her ballet, going around some cones on the ground as she was practicing and remembering the pattern that we'll be flying today. Great shots of Morgane being helped by her French team assistant, and they'll be off shortly. So I mentioned we are a dice pattern, and there's a number of different ways of flying. So we're finishing task 5, which is the Comet pattern, and you can see on the screen right now. So look at the bottom of the screen, you can see an S and an F, that's the start and finish. So you go through the start gate to the middle pylon and then take a clockwise turn there in red. down to the bottom right-hand pylon and an anti-clockwise turn all the way down to the bottom left pylon, back to the middle with a red clockwise turn back to the finish. It's a short course this morning, only 3 pylons, but we were already planning tasks 4 and 5. Despite the delay, we hope to get some more flying in this morning, and then we're going to be flying with 5 pylons later on today with a different design and a different name, but we'll get to it then. But for the time being, we're concentrating on Comet, so that's fly through the start finish, around the center, off to the bottom right hand pylon, around to the bottom left hand pylon, back to the center, and then we finish. Going to be maybe 23 to 25 seconds, I guess, of absolutely high adrenaline, high energy, high G maneuvers with the world's best pilots for Paramotor Slalom here in Bornos this year. Competitor number 30, local pilot Carlos Tirado from Spain. And we can see slowly but surely the fog is lifting, and we can see the beautiful town of Bornos in the distance. It's an absolute delight and pleasure to be here. I'm lucky enough to be staying in the town this week, as are, I think, pretty much all the competitors. Many on the campsite on the lakeside, but some others have rented apartments and rooms in the town itself. Beautiful place, full of charm, clearly built before the motor car. A maze of narrow streets, but a great atmosphere. We thank the town very much for their welcome and their hospitality. We were lucky enough to have the mayor of Bornos with us on Sunday evening for the opening ceremony, and we're all thoroughly enjoying the wonderful Spanish culture and the fantastic food being provided by Santi at the local restaurant, and really enjoying the experience. There is the drone, just pans to the right. We're a little bit further along on the right hand side, just out of shot. A green area, which is our takeoff and landing, and then we have a number of tents and other facilities, including medical, to ensure the organisation of the event, the administration, scoring, and of course media production, bringing you these shots from KTO Productions and Jordi Camardons here on my right hand side.
That's great. The porcupine.
Centre stage is Ryan Gloker from Team USA. Ryan's a paramotor instructor from Crystal Beach in near Houston in the States, probably the venue for this event in 2026. Ryan not got much experience at the world level, so our knowledge of him as a pilot is pretty thin, but he is performing absolutely amazingly. And so far, I believe he's 9th in the table, having flown now 4 tasks. So if you want to know the leaderboard, we have an official scoring system this year. Head over to the website dice.flights, dice.flights with an S on the end. And there you can choose our competition, which is 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And navigate through. Ryan flies in the class PF, Paramotor Foot Launched. So if you can go through dice.flights, our competition, 7WPSC, and then from the menu options go to PF. There you'll see a table of the competitors and how they are competing so far. So I'm looking down on that table now, and I can see Ryan is in 11th place, and then the numbers next to him are where he's finished so far in the first 4 tasks. So for Ryan he's come 19th in the first task, and then a very, very solid 9th, and 11th in tasks 2, 3, and 4. That's out of a total competition table of 39 PF pilots. So Ryan currently 9th out of 39. in this his first World Championships. Amazing performance. But Ryan, an accomplished paramotor instructor, he'll happily teach you to fly. He thinks he's got over 250 students now flying in the skies thanks to him, and more than 2,000 hours of paramotor flying under his belt. So he's no stranger to the activity, but this is the first time that he's competed in these World Championships. Johnson Q there on screen, his compatriot from Massachusetts in the USA. Johnson, an avid supporter of paramotoring, part of the group of USPPA, United States Powered Parachute Association representatives here, and surely going to be a member of the organising team for their event next year. So lingering fog on the water as usual, with the clarity over the ground is pretty good now. We're just waiting for the last vestiges of fog to lift before we get underway. Remember, it's the Comet pattern this morning. Starting in the bottom of the screen, going to the center screen, and then a red right-hand turn to the bottom right pylon, all the way across the bottom of the course to the bottom left pylon, back to the center pylon, and then back into the finish. We have a highly expensive piece of equipment trained on the start-finish gate this morning and all this week. The same as they use for Olympic sprinters or Olympic track athletes. It has a beam that goes across the start-finish line, and as the beam is broken, so time starts or time stops, and also a photo is taken to record who it is who's actually crossed the beam. And it has a certain height, the start-finish gate. Because of the timing gun, it's not infinity up to the skies, but pilots must fly within a certain window of height, and that window is determined by the height of the pylons here this week, those being about 9 meters high, or some feet. I should know that because I'm British, but hey, 9 meters high. So they have to fly in and out of the start gate no higher than 9 meters. But it can be just their feet. As long as their feet break the beam, that's fine. Doesn't have to be the whole canopy as well.
You are?
Yes.
To say.
Yeah. Beautiful day.
Ma falla seconda.
se vuelva tan vacía como tu corazón. Miguel, el tiempo floreció mi vida. Por fin yo encontré un nuevo amor. Ya no estoy tan
It's costaud. Ah ouais. Ah ouais. Oh, I'm sorry for you. Eh, Bruno, il y a des cantiques.
Ah, je sais.
Oh,
Ah,
it's a little fix.
Non, là, effectivement.
Oh my god.
Mais justement, là, cet hiver, j'ai l'intention.
Yeah, but finish it. Okay. Compared to the Maverick, it is like 500 grams.
Okay, not that much.
But it just looks very heavy.
It's look, but it's not.
Rain cone or too much wind. No flying. No flying.
Ah, voilà, gratte à
You
figue.
can leave. Paramotor is ready to
Ouais,
go.
non,
And you
elle
can
était
go through and everything. You cannot leave your paramotor. For example, you are landing. You take your wing. You go and you leave your paramotor. Okay? Or I don't know. You don't fly and you go. Or you want to fly,
Ouais, ça me va.
but you go and you leave and it's standing like. Allez, installe ta voile.
On te laisse dans ta Là, le sac, tu nous le dis, hein, tu le mettras où tu
Non, non, mais je le fous dans mon sac à dos.
Bon, très bien, ok, ça marche.
Comme ça,
So, good morning once again. We've just been given the 2-minute warning. Finally, the fog has cleared and we're able to go. So this, the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships, just about to start in less than 2 minutes. Here's a leaderboard from the PF1 class. That's the Paramotor foot launch class. And you can see Ibrahim Hussein in top with Boris from France in second and Vaclav Prochaska in third place as we go into this task number 5 so far this week. We're on day 3 of the Paramotor Slalom Championships. We've had 4 tasks so far this week. That's yesterday and the day before. So day 3, task 5. We've been waiting for the fog to lift this morning, but I'm pleased to say absolutely gin clear now, you can see. Well, maybe not that shot, but where we are at the moment is good to go, and competition director has decided that conditions are plenty good enough to go flying. In fact, it's so good that we've got a mirror effect on the lake with not a single ripple. So you'll be seeing the 2 safety boats flying circles, maybe they're flying circles, driving circles to create waves, so that pilots aren't fooled by the mirror effect of the water as they come in. They'll be flying a meter or 2 above that water, and it's very disconcerting when it creates a mirror. So between pilots, you'll see the safety boats driving through the pylons. They're not checking, the checks have already been done. And here we go, the first PF pilots, Paramotor foot launch pilots, off in the skies. Over to my left, I can hear them taking off. And there we can see the safety boats getting the stadium ready by creating some waves. Pilots will take off, go off to our left to a waiting area where they'll join at the top of the circuit pilots, and as they work their way down as pilots leave. So when you reach the bottom of the stack, when you've got the green flag, so you can start your run. So here we go, the first run. And you can see first pilot coming in is Abdullah Nasser from United Arab Emirates, and he needs to go through the start gate into the center pylon, take a clockwise turn, go to the corner pylon and take an anti-clockwise, all the way down now to the other corner pylon, another anti-clockwise turn, back to the center pylon, clockwise around the center pylon, and then full guns out to the start gate, time, finish. So that's what we're doing today. We're doing the Comet pattern for this morning, for this, the 5th task for Paramotor foot launch. And then we'll change designs for task number 6 once this is finished. Task list, a starting list this morning. In other words, if you were slowest yesterday, you're going to start first today, all the way down to the fastest in the end. But with a sandwich, we've 6 pilots from the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, who have brought 3 paramotors with them. So in order to enable them to fly, we have them flying first. So the first 3 fly before the official start list, and then they switch over, and the last 3 fly at the end of the official start list. So this is what we have here now. We have pilot number 2 from UAE is Khamis Al-Khabi. Off to the center pylon, needs to take a clockwise turn, very wide on the exit, and then he needs to go through the start finish low enough to score, and he's way too high at the moment, so looks as though he's going to have a penalty, which will be recorded as FX, failure to exit, and that will attract penalty points for him. FX will put him at the bottom of the list, +1. So if there's 39 pilots, as we do have today, he will come 40th for that, for his failure to exit the gate. Not because we don't like him, it's because we can't time his score if we don't get him going through the gate. So third of the UAE pilots, Rashid, must go through the start-finish. So you saw him checking his speed, and it looks as though he's failed on entry. My guess is he's gone in too high, and therefore he won't have triggered our camera. But let's watch. Round the centre pylon, off to the corner pylon. Across one of the straights of the course to the other corner pylon. Back round the centre pylon. It'll be a 180-degree turn, and he will need to exit as he entered. Again, he's just dropped the throttle because he needs to lose height, and it looks as though he's exited okay. But now you'll have to head over to our official scoring website, dice.flights, dice.flights. Pick our competition, 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We're currently following the PF category, Paramotor Foot Launched, and it's task number 5, Comet. And there you will see the live scores as competitors finish. And as I thought, Rashid, failure on entry, FEN. Khamis, failure on exit, FEX. And then Abdallah, an error. That could be any number of things, but it's an error in the course. Perhaps he flew the wrong way. But it also could be that he had an out-of-rules takeoff or an out-of-rules landing, in which case he's been scored errors. So sadly, the first 3 UAE pilots have all scored 0. And now we start with the start list proper. Like I say, 30 pilots on this start list. With 1 pilot not been able to fly this week, and then the 6 from the UAE. So 30th overall so far. Stéphane Fontana from France. Safely through the start into the centre pylon. Clockwise round the centre pylon. To the corner. Anti-clockwise round the corner. And then he needs to go off to the top left as we're looking now. Anti-clockwise. Gone very wide around there. He can go as high as he likes, but you'll lose speed when you go high. And then back round the centre pylon with a clockwise turn. And full speed out of the exit. Looking good. Well done, Stéphane. That's a solid performance from Stéphane Fontana from France. Like I say, we've had 4 tasks so far. Stéphane been unlucky with a couple of tasks, but scored 29th in one of them. So this isn't easy. Getting around the course is difficult enough. And Stéphane did just that. There you can see the safety boats doing a circle, making sure there are still waves. And there's Mark from USA getting ready. Mark Mallorin. Competitor number 39 from USA. And we cross over to the UK competitor, the only one from the UK here this week, Daniel Jones. Dan's first time at world level. He's been scoring in the mid-20s, 20th, 23rd, 26th. Excellent performance for his first time. And there you can see great control. Yeah. Thought as much. It's not Dan, it's Kaylee, because it's the obvious disco wing. Sorry, Kaylee. It's Kaylee Biss from USA. Apologies to Kaylee there, but excellent work from Kaylee once again. Kaylee's been to Bornos before, but this is her first time competing at world level. She's been scoring solidly all week so far. Staying safely between the two bits of blue, the water and the sky. Good on you, Kaylee. Next up, compatriot from USA is Wallo. Wallo Cadenas from Team USA. Again, his first time here. He's also got the disadvantage of using a whole bunch of new equipment as well. Wallo's also been scoring solidly in the mid-20s. Just getting a bit of height there on pylon number 3, so needs to control. Drops the throttle to lose some height and then uses the height to gain speed to come around the final pylon. Minor blip, but he needs to get down for the finish gate, which he's doing right now. Great stuff, yet more points for Wallo, well done. He reminds me that he's got a strong support back in the USA in the form of his two cats, Jizza and Rizza. I'm sure they'll be delighted with that performance. That's 33, Tim from France, being helped by French team assistant Mathieu. As we move to the first of the local pilots from Spain, Carlos Gerardo. Strong Spanish team this week of 8 competitors. Carlos looking to build on his score in the second round, where he came 24th. Wide approach around the corner and back around the center pylon, clockwise turn, and then full throttle if he can control the height gain through the start finish. Looking good to me. Head over to dice.flights. Find our competition, 7WPSC. We're in the category PF and we're flying task T5 Comet. And there you can see, currently in the lead, Stefan Fontana with 35.4. Carlos came in second, 37.4. And then Wallo, 40.8 in third place. Here we go now, Dan Jones from UK. Very accomplished paramotor pilot, just not been competing in slalom so far. Bit of a wobble in task 3 where he picked up a penalty, but otherwise again been scoring in the low 20s. And a very tight turn around the centre pylon, but he's done that. Just had to drop the throttle slightly to get through, but he's okay. Time to beat 35.4. And he comes in second place, 37.368. So Dan currently lying second in the leaderboard. We're running to 1/1000th of a second this week. And we need to, because in one of the tasks on Tuesday, there was 0.3 of a second between the top 4 and only hundredths of a second between the first and second competitors. There we go, safety boat deliberately making waves. As we move to number 39, Mark, we saw him on the takeoff deck a moment ago. He will have received his green flag. So starting his attack run there, you can see some good waves on the ground, on the water, so he knows where he is. Mark, being a tall guy, he's flying one of the biggest wings of all of the competitors here. It's a 22-meter gin carve. If you're new to the sport, the smaller the wing, the faster it is, the more responsive it is, the less prone to being impacted by surface wind. There currently is very, very little wind indeed. Nevertheless, Mark controlling his 22-meter wing with grace and ease, but he is going way too high. So he'll have to dump the throttle and dive in to get in under the 9-meter rule. So now it's perfect conditions for flying. The fog is completely lifted. We're live. It's 11:44 a.m. Spanish time, Central European time, here on Thursday morning. We've had to wait around for 2.5 hours for fog to lift, but now we're going. Very, very light wind. Sun starting to take effect as we see Tim from Team France. 4 solid scores so far. 3 22nd places and 1 29th. Tim safely through. And you can see the pilot pulling away because their job isn't over yet. They need to return to the landing deck, which is only 50 meters away. But as part of the rules, they must land safely within the deck boundaries for their score to count.
Dzień dobry, pozdrawiam królową Wiktorię.
Nice wave there from competitor 36, Jakub Baczkowski from Poland. We've 10 countries here competing this week. Finland, UK, France, Poland, Spain, Qatar, Belgium, Czech Republic, USA and UAE. As we go to another local pilot, Vicente. Been scoring well in the 19s to 20s, but dipped a bit in the last task at 28. Running 22nd overall as we start this task. Oh, and we had a partial tip collapse, but he's okay. He's survived and he's back in it. And he goes on to finish. That will have cost him some time. But what's important is he stayed dry. So what happens if he doesn't stay dry? Well, he's going to be obviously having a splash. And we have a full safety backup system. We have 2 safety boats, as you've seen, they're circling around, currently creating waves. But we've had some splashes earlier in the week, fortunately none yesterday. Safety boats tend to arrive on site within seconds of the pilot splashing in. So their buoyancy aid inflates. And within 10 seconds normally the safety boat is there on hand to pull them out of the water. A number of splashes in training and during the week. None yesterday, like I said. And so far no issues, no problems. Back to number 11. Abdulrahman from Team Qatar. Scored badly in the first task, but then has picked up to score 14th, 12th and 17th in tasks 2, 3 and 4. Obvious talent here. much closer to pylons. Very, very tight roll rate. Carrying good speed. Really stretching out to get the maximum out of his machine as he comes into the finish gate. If you're new, there's a speed bar which is used by the feet of the pilots, and you can see them stretching their legs out. That's because they're employing the speed bar. Changes the angle and the profile of the wing, makes them go faster. So you'll see throughout the course, especially at the beginning and at the end, making use of the speed bar, pushing their feet out or letting them in, so as to maximise the speed around the course. Another Qatari team member, Mohsen, number 7. Slipped up on task 2, but otherwise in scoring in the 14s. And he's starting 18th today. "14.5-meter dudek wing." And the familiar tone of the Sky engine, the Sky 150 in this case. Very solid, Mohsen expecting to climb from the 18th position that he started in. So this is task number 5, and we have a scoring rule this week, that after 5 tasks, we can drop the lowest score. Mohsen, for instance, he's come 14th, 37th, 17th and 14th. After this 5th task, he's probably going to be able to drop the 37. That's been second on the leaderboard so far with 29.716. Solid score. So Mohsen's bound to go up the overall leaderboard after 5 tasks. 15 Andrzej Kaja from Poland. As we head for 36, Jakob. Scoring very consistently, 17th, 17th, 19th, 18th. Very close to the water there, but he's okay. So the speeds are increasing, the distance from the pylon decreasing. Just had to slow to get round pylon 3, but he's on track. Back to the centre, do a clockwise. Looking good. And again, having to slow to get the low altitude to exit. Top of the leaderboard so far at dice.flights, the official scorers. First from Qatar, Abdelrahman, and second from Qatar, Mohsen, and third from Poland, Jakob. Through to the faster pilots starting later on. We're in reverse championship order. 29, Karol from Czech Republic. Started 15th. Super technique, very consistent indeed. Beautiful control of height and a very solid performance indeed. I'm going to stick my neck out, and I reckon that's going to be a leaderboard scoring, a leaderboard leading score. But I am notoriously bad at predicting. And sadly, Carroll scored an error, so he's been registered ERR on the scores, and he's going to come last for that flight. But on to 15, Andre, from Poland. Again, just a slight correction at the end. Started 14th. It's a great shot of it's very low wind today, so there will be a few more steps needed than normal. Pilot's always taking off into wind. And he will then go off to this waiting area, join at the top, work his way down to the bottom, and then once he's the bottom pilot, he'll be looking for the green flag to allow him to start. Safety boat just going around in circles, again creating waves, but in a good way. I think it's 35, isn't it? Which is Severin from Poland. Severin coming into this competition without much competition history, so started low down the start list for the first task or two, but he's been performing absolutely brilliantly. It's 9th in the table. But we move over to number 8, Thomas from France. Great approach. You see his feet right down towards the water, speed bar fully out as he goes in a straight line towards center pylon, way over the horizontal as he goes through pylon 2, correcting himself, ready for pylon 3, and already looking forward to the center pylon. Clockwise turn and successfully out to the start finish. More waves being created. Again, this is absolutely deliberate so that we avoid a glass finish to the water. Bit of commotion behind me with one pilot deciding that he was going to have to make an evasive action on landing, so he's come and landed almost on our tent, but he's absolutely fine. I can see him just over my right shoulder. He landed on the rocks just a couple of meters away from the water's edge. Medical team on site, but he's absolutely fine. He's telling them to go away. We're all about safety here, so you're told to land in the deck, but obviously if there's a need for you not to do so, then getting down is the important thing. So welcome if you've just joined us. We're live. It's 4 minutes to 12 Central European time here in Andalusia in Spain. We're in a town called Bornos, couple of hours northwest of Malaga, and this is the official World Championship, the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We're here all week. We started official competition on Tuesday, so we're on day 3 now, Thursday. And we'll fly again tomorrow, Friday, and then finally on Saturday, before we have the all-important job of finding the world champion for 2025. And giving out that elusive gold medal. So welcome, my name's Rob. I'm actually the president of the international jury here this week, but I've been asked by competition director to help out, giving you an idea of what's going on, which is why I'm talking to you now. So it'll be my honour and my privilege to be deciding who gets the gold medal at the end of the week. And at times I've even been asked to put them around the competitor's neck, which is always a fantastic experience. And of course, the highlight of any pilot's career is to win that elusive official FAI gold medal. So we had a minor delay because of the unusual landing from the previous pilot. But we're off with Alois. Starting 12th. With the scores of 11, 15, 15 and 10 so far. Can't see anything wrong with that indeed. Another great performance from Alois. There's action all around me. The organising team is so organised and so efficient that we've pilots taking off, we've pilots waiting in the waiting area, we've pilots going through the stadium, pilots landing. It's all going on here as we now move into the bottom end of the start list. So we're going reverse order. So we've now got the better and best pilots in the world. And we certainly do this year. We have the world's best and the world's second best pilot from the championships last year. And from USA, I believe it's Ryan Gloker. Although Ryan should have gone earlier, so we may have a change in the start list. Oh, no, I beg your pardon. We saw him on the starting deck earlier, didn't we? So that was Ryan. Ryan from Texas, Crystal Beach. Sort of in the Galveston area, so I understand. On the water's edge, not too far from Houston itself. Ryan being closely supported from stateside. It's 12 o'clock midday here, local Spanish time. It's going to be, what, -5 hours, I guess? -6 hours, perhaps, in Houston, Texas. But we all know his dad, Dave, is going to be watching him and cheering him on from his armchair back in Texas. So, hello to you, Dave. Your son did you proud. But on to compatriot Johnson Q. Steady into the next pylon. The aim is not to gain too much height. Having to drop slightly for the final pylon. Beautifully round there. And on speed bar fully out, you see his legs stretched fully in front of him. And Johnson safely through to the finish gate. So, changing the leaderboard with Thomas Mignot from France, currently 27.354 in the lead. And Ryan from Texas, 28.467. You see, Dad, I told you he did you proud. And then in third from Czech Republic, Alois Sinogl. Number 37, Marcin. Marcin from Poland. He's flying the Dudek Snake 4. Dudek being one of the sponsors of this event. So getting quicker all the time. Marcin starting 10th this morning. Yeah, so Dudek Paramotors, run by my very good friend Wojtek Domanski, a manufacturer of paramotor canopies over in Poland, and a generous sponsor of the event here today. this competition only possible thanks to the generous support of sponsors. And we do thank Vitorazzi Motors and Liberty Paramotors and Dudek for your much needed support. Thank you very much indeed. On to number 35, Severin from Poland. Starting 9th. 10th, 12th, 10th and 11th so far in the first 4 tasks. Beautiful low turn there on pylon number 3. Setting up for the clockwise turn on 4. And textbook departure through the finish gate. Head over to dice.flights to get the near real time. There's just minor checks before the time does go live. And Martin going third, 27.881. So still in the lead, Thomas Mignot from France, 27.354. Irgi from Czech Republic, 27.6. And then Martin from Poland, 27.881. It's close at the top. Just half a second between first and third so far. I'm delighted to be part of the media team this week, even though it's not actually my proper job. I'm just helping out. But we are being sent the images by KTO Productions and my good friend Jordi Camaldons on my right-hand side, running the control box. Look at these amazing slow-motion pictures. Think of the forces on the body. Think of the effort needed to pull yourself round and the forces running through the lines and the harness as pilots are experiencing between 2 and 3 G, so twice and 3 times their own body weight or the weight of the whole of the machine as they fight to stay on course, typically doing 60 to 70 kph round the curves and 80 or as much as 90 kph on the straights. So these pylons come at you incredibly quickly, and at the same time you're having to think a long way ahead, at least 1, usually 2 pylons ahead, as your body goes through the G-forces. The concentration is intense. Pilots generally only manage 3 or 4 runs per day before they're utterly exhausted. And there you see his legs fully stretched out as he squeezes out the last few kph in order to get the best time. So we're running towards the end of the Paramotor foot launch class. So there you can see images of the next class to come along, which is the Paramotor trike class, officially known as the PL, Paramotor land plane, but we know them as trikes. And they'll be coming up next. But meanwhile, we've still got the top 8 or so pilots in the world to complete the 5th task of this, the World Championships. So again, safety boat deliberately going into the course as we experience these excellent weather conditions and the near mirror finish. So they just need to disturb the surface so that the pilots get to see where they're going. Cyril Planton, number 4. 7th in the world in 2023 and again 7th in 2024. And starting 7th this morning. Flicking a little high, but then having to drop down again for the finish. Excellent work by Cyril. Cyril here with his wife Morgane this week. Morgane, the current female world champion. Cyril himself looking to post more solid scores as he chases for a medal this week. Next up, Luboš starting 6th from Czech Republic. Excellent run. Cyril currently top with 26.672. But I would be looking over my shoulder to see if Luboš has bettered that. And indeed he does. He goes top with 24.5. A whole 2 seconds quicker. And an absolutely outstanding run there by Luboš Halama from Czech Republic, our leader. Fifth place overall, number 6, Saeed from Team Qatar. Round pylon number 2 needs to come down to the bottom left-hand side. Pylon number 3 just hearing a blip on the throttle as he corrects himself. But full speed around there. Again a minor blip as he skips high to come low, stretches out. And a very fast time from Saeed. 24.5 to beat from Luboš. And Saeed, in fact, going second, 25.440. So Luboš's time still 0.9 of a second ahead of second place. As we head into the top 3 in the world. I beg your pardon, top 5 in the world and 5th at the moment, Saeed from Team Qatar. Oh, I beg your pardon, it's Asa from Team Qatar, currently running 4th. Height control absolutely vital, and he's nailing it. Outstanding from Asa. But to be expected, he competed here in Bornos in 2023 at the 5th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships and came second, and then performed in his home country last year in Qatar, where he came 8th. So no stranger to this world level competition. We're in for a treat now. This is running third, Jérémy Pénon from France. Flicks round the pylon, off to the corner. Just having to correct slightly, but he's around there. And into the finish straight, stretching for all he can. A little bit high, would worry about the exit gate. So far, 4.3 seconds. So under the worst score in 5 rule, he's going to be able to drop the 4th place by the looks of it. And a massive 23.772 for Jérémy. Puts him in the lead over Asa, 24.194, so 0.4 of a second ahead of all of his competitors so far. Jérémy, an excellent performance. So I make that 2 more to go in this, the PF class. Next on the start list is the current world champion, Bartosz Medicki from Poland, and there's own free ride 214 metre. So, current world champion lying second this week. Look how close he gets to the water. Going wide to have the tight exit back to the centre pylon. Amazing roll rate. Wingtip close to the ground, needs to stay low. Time to beat 23.772. The way we score this week is that we collect all of the scores from all of the tasks. Then we will delete worst scores for every 5 tasks we fly. But every task counts. Yep, Bartosz with that correction, only coming in 4th, 24.594. So a whole 0.8 of a second, or the equivalent of 2 millennia, behind Jérémy. Jérémy still our leader, with 1 to go. Aleš from Czech Republic. Overnight leader, what can he do now? Needs to beat 23.772 of Jérémy from France. Yeah, and stretching to squeeze out their last few Ks. And all eyes turn to Dice.Flights, the official software sponsor of the event this week. Dice.Flights for the scores. Pick our competition, 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We are on task 5, Comet, T5 Comet. And waiting patiently for Aleš's score. And he comes out in 3rd place, 24.282. So with just 3 UAE pilots to go, the 3 in the sandwich of the 6 going first and last, I don't expect them to challenge the top of the leaderboard. So I can say with some confidence that the winners in task number 5 in the foot launch class, number 1, first place is number 2, Jérémy Pénon with 23.772. Second place, number 5, Asa Al-Hajaji from Qatar, 24.194. And third place from Czech Republic, 24.282. So Jérémy will score 1 point from that, and then Asa 2 points, and Aleš 3 points to add to their scores. And the pilot with the lowest number of points at the end of the week is the one going to be crowned FAI World Paramotor Slalom Champion. So sit back, relax as we watch the next 3 UAE pilots take their turn. I'll take a minute's break to find a bottle of water, and I'll be back for the PL class, starting immediately after these 3 in just a couple of minutes.
T'as la plume qui passe derrière. T'es obligé, regarde. Non. Ça, t'as la plume qui passe dessus. T'as un tour de plume. Tu veux que je te montre?
Allez, bah sors des, fais-le.
Qu'est-ce que je fais à ton avis? Tu vas prendre la musique?
Est-ce que c'est pareil de l'autre côté?
Regarde. Tu vois, celui-là.
Allez, j'ai un tour de. Ok.
Le Bruno qui fait toujours les petites check-ins comme ça, t'as vu? Ouais. Est-ce que t'as vu, papa, là, ce qu'il vient de faire? Toujours à tirer sur Léa. Et là, je fais Léa, je fais. Ah, et tu portes là-dessus. Voilà. Là, c'est bon. ¡Vamos!
So welcome back. We're now starting the next task, which is task X-ray, using all 5 pylons for the first time this week, and 6 turns in total. So you're looking at the class PL. That's Paramotor Land Plane officially, or Paramotor Trike. And we have a new design of the course, using a pattern called X-ray, which we'll come on to. But we're looking at the first pilot in the class, which is Pablo Merino from Spain, starting 18th. So slowest as he comes into this task so far. This is now the 6th task. Don't know what I just said. The 6th task in the Paramotor Land Plane, the PL class. And Pablo safely through. So, as my grandmother would have said, it's turned out nice, hasn't it? It's a beautiful day here now in sunny southern Spain. Welcome. If you've just joined us, this is the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos, in the region of Andalusia in southern Spain. If you know where Malaga is, perhaps you've been on a holiday there, then we're about 2 hours northwest on the Lago de Bornos, the Lake of Bornos. And having waited for the fog to lift this morning, we're away. We've been flying now for about an hour, and the conditions are absolutely perfect for this Paramotor Slalom. These are the World Championships as we watch Thibault Line from France enter the course. Using all 5 pylons. Thibault a little bit high. That's perfectly okay. There's an imaginary line goes from the centre of the pylon up to the sky, and the whole of the paramotor must go around that centre line. But competitors are allowed to fly as high as they like. The better ones will fly lower down. But Thibault, you can see, flying a 20-metre Dudek Snake wing, so on the larger side. Many of the top competitors will be flying slalom-specific wings, but Thibault not. Hence the 20-metre size, which is on the large side. The range here this week is from 13 to 22 of Mark in the PF class. But as you can see, absolutely beautiful conditions here now. The sun is taking its effect. It's going to be rising already to the mid-20s centigrade and probably up to the high 20s by 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Just a little bit of haze in the mountains in the distance, but absolutely crystal clear now that the fog has lifted, making for a perfect morning, well now afternoon, of world-class flying. This is Oscar Robles from Spain. So it needs to fly around the first middle pylon and down to the bottom right-hand pylon as you see it. He will need to fly anti-clockwise around that bottom right-hand pylon. Back to the middle. Oh, I beg your pardon. No, he's going off to the bottom left-hand pylon. My mistake. Where he flies clockwise. Now back to the middle. Needs to come all the way around because it's an anti-clockwise turn around the middle pylon. So he will go wide as he tries to get back onto track, and then the top pylon on the screen, which is another clockwise turn. I think he might have gone the wrong way. But perhaps it's just the angle of the drone putting me off. Around the last outside pylon and then through to the finish gate. So now's the time to put the accelerator on, but as you do so, you have the tendency to climb and you need to counter the power of the engine as you accelerate to stay low enough to come out of the finish gate. And good job by Oscar. Again, it's a hive of action here in Bornos in sunny Spain. This, the World FAI Paramotor Slalom Championships in the class PL, Paramotor Land Plane, or trike as we know it. Just waiting patiently because of a minor technical error, so the red flag is being flown at the moment. If you've just joined us, welcome. Images of these trikes as they're being prepared in the takeoff area just over on my left-hand side, just a few meters away. Pilots will take off from that takeoff area to a waiting area over on their left-hand side until they're given a green flag. And we're currently looking at a red flag. And as soon as they get that green flag, so they can start their attack run, come into the stadium, as we call it. This is 5 inflatable pylons over the lake here in Bornos. They complete the course, and then they must fly back to the same place, which is also the landing deck. There you can see the 5 pylons, spaced roughly 70 meters apart. Out of 2 parts, the lower part is the slightly more solid base, which is roughly 1 meter high, and then the higher part, made of the similar material to the canopies of the paramotors, a ripstop nylon type, very, very lightweight fabric. And that rises another 8 meters, making the total height about 9 meters. And each has its own inflatable pump and its supply of a battery to keep it inflated during the period that we fly. Former world champion in this event, Ramon Morillas, outstanding pilot, known for an incredible world record flight some years ago, where I believe he was 13 hours in the harness, achieving the longest flight in history. But here he is showing his class. As he goes round in a counterclockwise direction, skimming the water's surface, showing excellent control. And round the final pylon, through the finish gate. If you just joined us, the finish gate has a maximum height of the height of the pylon, so a maximum height of 9 meters. That's because we're using a really sophisticated scoring system here this week, using the same scoring gun that would be used at the 100 meters final in the Olympic Games. Accurate to 1/1000th of a second. But it means that pilots have to fly in the scope of the gun in order to score a time, and they have to do that both in the entry and, of course, the exit of the course. Great shots of what makes up a paramotor trike. Very, very lightweight three-wheeled chariot, as it's known, or a trike. And then the cage of the paramotor and the engine behind. Number 54, also from Spain, Martin Carpio. Originally from Australia, but living a long time now in Spain. Martin's ambition this week was to stay dry. Well, he's certainly done that so far. We have had a few water splashes. Thankfully, none yesterday, and so far none today. There is a full safety backup team, but Martin determined to keep his socks dry today. Martin flying a 16-meter dudek snake. Not a big chap, Martin. My guess is he weighs in the 60s kilos. Maybe as much as 70 perhaps, but probably in the 60s. Strong supporter of paramotoring in Spain and the team leader this week of the Spanish team. So he's taking it steady, but if you head over to the official scoring website, dice.flights, you'll see that so far 2 of the competitors have scored errors. So Martin here, making sure he gets round. May I say, beautifully done. Very good pilot himself. Just shows how incredibly difficult this is. And as we move through the scored some points, which in a World Championship is no mean feat, I tell you. Yep, Martin coming in second, 1 minute and 2.3. Second to Thibaut from France with 1 minute and 1.9. So Martin just 0.4 of a second behind. There's Boris Tisbayer from France. Last minute preparations, getting his wing ready. Set up the wing behind you. As you see, you clip on the controls to the harness before you strap yourself in. Beautiful day today. Look at those shadows. And we come to Team Finland. Mika Virolainen from Finland. Mika coming into this task 15th. Great shot of his sponsor on the wing. Mika's fortunate enough to be very well supported by companies back in Finland, enabling Mika to come here this week. Mika's got a very strong social media presence and a distinctive name, so easy to find him. A little bit high, but he's doing a sterling job. And most importantly, staying dry through the course. So like I say, there are water splashes from time to time. It's not been a drama so far. Pilots are rescued very quickly. They're all carrying automatic emergency buoyancy aids. But should you go in the water, then you gain the honourable title of the elusive Bornos swimming team member. Mika being one of those. He won't mind me telling you. He's gone for a swim in the past. But not this time. Mika coming in third with 1 minute 13.1. So Thibaut from France still in the lead, and Martin from Spain in second place. As we go to competitor 58, Ibrahim from Team Qatar. (16-meter dudek snake 4). Showing great control. And wingtip nearly touching the water. Hearing from the scoring team behind that they consider that might have been a water touch. But let's watch him go through to the finish. So we'll have to go to the scoreboard to see if that was registered as a water touch. We don't like that. That's not safe, and we're all about safety here. So if it's deemed that he did touch the water, and it will be reviewed on video, then he will gain a 3-position penalty. So if he were to finish, let's say 5th after this task, we would add 3 to that, and he would be demoted to 8th place. Thumbs up as you get ready for your performance. Fantastic shots here from KTO Productions and my friend Geordie on my right hand side. Geordie doing the job of 9 people all at once. Director, editor, graphics master, controller, sitting quietly, directing the other members of the media team. As we move to 57, Lukáš from Czech Republic. Dudek Snake 3, 17-meter. With a Pellini Thor 202 and a Liberty chassis. Liberty being one of the sponsors here this week, and the owner of the company, Carlos, here showing the usual support. Meanwhile, Lukáš gaining a lot of height in that last turn. Wonder if he actually made a mistake. But he's continuing with the course. And making sure of that all-important exit to score his time. Job's not done, needs to turn back to the landing deck, which is only a few meters away from where he is right now. And there we are, that's the takeoff and landing deck. And he needs to land successfully within the boundary of the deck for his time to count. French team getting ready. There's Mathieu, the team assistant, just checking that everything's okay. And that's 48, Thomas Gols from France. Team assistants are allowed to help, as are marshals, but otherwise access to the takeoff deck is quite obviously restricted. But Mathieu will check everything's okay, help him with the start, and then we'll be off. 49, Abdul Rahman from Qatar. A 16-meter Dudek Snake 4. Choosing to stay a little bit higher. It's okay, they can fly as high as they like. Very, very demanding course. 6 turns around 5 pylons. First time this week we've used 5 pylons. And then off to the finish, stretching, pulling out the speed bar, and a good finish and a good exit from the gate. So if you head over to dice.flights, find our competition 7WPSC. And we're following the PL category at the moment. That's the Paramotor trikes. And it's task number 6, X-ray. You can see that Ibrahim was scored a water touch. So it looks as though he would have had the fastest time so far at 1 minute dead and 0.3 of a second. But like I say, he got the water penalty and that drops him 3 places on the table. So Ibrahim the fastest, but after penalties, now in 4th place. More shots of the French and Thomas as he is ready. And a great picture, I'm looking at the wrong camera feed, of the landing. But you can see now the wind is getting up slightly. You can see the pylons are being moved. And the ripples are appearing on the water. Sadly, we were delayed this morning by a couple of hours because of the fog. And there you can see that's the competition director making an unusual appearance in front of the camera. That's Kamil Manchowski from Poland, I beg your pardon. He is the independent here, competition director. Doesn't know that he's on camera. But he's flying both flags at once, which isn't good news. That means that all pilots must land, which I guess indicates that we're going to have a weather break. We are a bit sensitive to the weather, with pilots flying extremely quickly, very close to the water, and they will suffer from turbulence. So the wind's come up in the last 10 minutes. You can see there, look, the streamers are flying, and the flags of the sponsors are fully out. There you can see a windsock. It's a very sensitive windsock, but it's pointing pretty much horizontally, showing that the wind really has picked up in the last 5 or 10 minutes. And competition director Kamil, accidental film star, has made the decision that we need to brake. And we look again at these amazing slow motion pictures. Brought to you by Geordie and his team at KTO Productions. That'll be Seb on the camera and Mickey on the handheld camera. And I suppose me, Rob, helping you with following the action here today. Brilliant teamwork from the media team. Stunning shots. Bringing you a real true taste of the action here this week. Wish you were here. Absolutely fantastic being here in Bornos this week. Atmosphere is wonderful. Hospitality is excellent. I even managed to get a couple of hours tourist time yesterday afternoon after we'd stopped flying, and I visited the nearby town or city, I guess it might be, of Ronda. And if ever you're in this area, obviously come to Bornos for all that it offers, but also make sure you get to Ronda, which is a fantastic afternoon out, and I do recommend the Fruits of the Forest ice cream. But it's not looking good here, as there is no activity at the moment. Sometimes the weather comes good, and we'll come back later, but it looks as though for the time being we are going to have at least a break as the wind has got up. You can see just there the pylon being blown in the wind, and at these speeds with these G-forces, this much wind is going to cause havoc and produce a danger that the competition director is not willing to take. and he's therefore grounded all pilots, at least for the time being. He hasn't called the end of competition yet. So we live in hope. We do sometimes fly until later on in the afternoon, and we were delayed this morning, in fact by about 3 hours, due to take off at sunrise this morning, 8:30, and we actually took off first competitors around 11:30. But it may well be that our day has been cut short. We're just waiting to see what competition director decides. So once again, gives me a chance to thank all of those who are involved in organising this event. We just saw one of the pylons emblazoned with the name of one of the sponsors. That's Vitorazzi. Vitorazzi Motors in the engine category. Strong supporters of Paramotor Slalom, and again this year, along with Liberty Paramotors, producing something like 50% of the chassis being used by pilots this year. And then canopy sponsor Dudek from Poland. Hello to Wojtek, my best friend, if you're watching in from Poland. And last but not least, Dice.Flights, the official scoring sponsor, and Geordie and his team at KTO Media. So I'm going to take a break, step away from the microphone, go and have a quick chat with the competition director, see what's happening, if he's got any hopes for us to come back later in the day. But if not, then don't panic. We'll be back tomorrow with yet more action, hopefully starting at 8:30 in the morning, depending on weather conditions. But the weather looked good this morning. We just got caught out by the fog. As you can see there, look, the wing just touching the water with Asa, so that was why he was scored the +3 points. Yep, we'll be back tomorrow morning if we don't carry on this afternoon from 8:30 with another full day of action here from the official 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. I'll leave you with these fantastic images. If I'm not back later today, then I'll see you again tomorrow morning. Thanks for joining us.